We're almost here. We're almost at the end. Let's see. I think I started these Endwalker streams with 62 followers, and now I have 61 followers. So that just proves how incredible these streams have been. But also, it is almost time for the holidays. So I am going to get you guys in the mood with some music that will probably be muted in the VOD. So if you are here, then let's see. Can I maybe start it a little late to avoid the copyright? I don't care that much. I don't publish my VODs to Twitch, so it's not a huge deal. But anyway, imagine it is Christmas morning. No, hold on. Where is it? It is Christmas morning. Your dad turns on the holiday tunes. Your grandmother is in the kitchen preparing Christmas brunch.
Have to muddle through.
Your cousins are coming over, and they brought a salmon. It is all. Everything is set. You just finished wrapping the sweater you're giving to your little sister. And then this beautiful tune comes on.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Everywhere you go. Look in the fire. Listening once again with candy canes and silver lanes.
This is the greatest prank of all time, and my entire family fell victim to this last year.
Toys in every store.
Best thing about this is they put a legit Christmas song at the beginning, so you think this is a normal Christmas playlist.
Boots, a pistol that shoots, a wish, a Bonnie and Ben.
And then this fucker just
talk and
comes
go for a walk in the hope of Janice and Jen. And Mom and Dad can hardly wait for school to start again. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Everywhere you go. There's a tree in the Grand Hotel, one in the park as well. The sturdy kind that doesn't mind the snow.
I'm so fucking sorry. Greatest fucking prank of all time. Oh my god. These comments are pretty good though. The second song is definitely an original, providing a unique musical experience. My first thought was it's an old Warped record producing wobbly melodic lines, but then it decided it was a great joke and so funny to listen to. Okay. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas Hits Different this year. Alright. Yes, Ave Maria, that was the song that I noticed on this playlist. Why is everyone talking about Why is everyone fucking talking about the Ave Maria? Like, is it really that good? To anybody reading this, I pray that whatever is hurting you, or whatever you are constantly stressing about, gets better. May the dark thoughts, the overthinking, and the doubt exit your mind. May clarity replace confusion. May peace and calmness fill your life. By Christmas Carols. All right. Happy birthday, Jesus. Mom, can we get Bing Crosby? No, son, we have Bing Crosby at home. Bing Crosby at home. I'm going insane. I'm sorry. Alright, hopefully the VOD has unmuted itself by now, so, let's, get back to Final Fantasy XIV. That probably destroyed my microphone. I'm finally watching and downloading this set of VODs, and I'm still not happy with the quality of my mic, but it's gotten a lot better. I'm starting to think I may just need to uninstall this NVIDIA RTX voice because it only causes me pain. But look at me, level 90 Black Mage, as well as level 90 Dark Knight, and level 89 Dragoon. So we're going to be doing most of this as Dragoon, probably, but just to level up Dragoon. Hopefully if I do all of these level 89 quests, it will get me to level 90 once I need to be at level 90. But if not, I have two classes. I am in the level 90 gang, and I've officially lost my fucking mind. So, very hot take. This hour-long side quest that I'm doing has better writing than most of the Endwalker main plot. I'm still waiting for the epic payoff in the end, where it all comes together! But, no, the Vanasse scene was very Kino, and, the first half of the Garlemald section I really liked, especially the Alphino and Alizé scene. And, we've had some good Estinian moments. Other than that, I just find myself missing the Heavensward days. And I wrote a small complaint about it on my Twitter, but someday I will write that twit longer. O mighty Fury, guide us to victory. Heading to the strategy room, I should be glad to show you in. I don't know if I'm gonna do the last of these quests today, because I don't know. I really want to space it out, because I'm just really enjoying it. Open stream mono talking about Heavensward, but Heavensward is really fucking good! And you missed me talking about Christmas music earlier. And that's gonna be muted, because I was playing Christmas music. So, But yeah, the twit longer about the entire fucking game is coming soon, maybe. Actually, I'm planning on making a whole YouTube video about it, but, that... I have to start with writing ARR, and that's a slog. The set of Artoirel's jaw betrays a hint of anxiety. Oh, I get coconut cod chowder for this? I got coconut cod chowder from another one. Aye, Cypher. Owing to Lord Emmeric's swift action, I'm pleased to say that the Ecumenical Council will soon be held. In case you are unaware, the Council is the highest assembly in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, its purpose to deliberate and decide upon doctrine. The previous one was held no less than 80 years ago, and 4 archbishops have since come and gone. Well, when one of those archbishops came, it gave me the greatest gift I could ever ask for. As such, most Ishgardians know little of it save which they have read in the historical records. Traditionally, the archbishops and members of the synod would meet behind closed doors. In light of Bishop Vartanoir's fate, however, this time the doors would be thrown open to the public. There you are, my dear. No, that's not you. Sorry, I almost called you my dear. You're not my dear. You're a precious bean, though. Indeed, for the first time in history, all men and women of the faith may have a hand in shaping the mission and the teachings of the Church. 'Tis my hope that you will also join us in this endeavor. Deacon Clem, Allow me to express our gratitude for your efforts in facilitating the council. We appreciate the difficulty of your position. I merely heed my conscience and my faith, my lord. Acting in Bishop Vartenoir's stead, I shall do all within my power to see that the church may serve the people once more. Where is the Lord Speaker, if I may ask? He stepped outside for a moment, saying that he wished to gather his thoughts ahead of the council. The hour draws nigh, however. Hi, Cypher. I shall proceed to the vault with good Deacon. In the meantime, may I ask you to find Lord Emmerich? He should be at the last vigil, I believe. Of course. Oh, we're going back to the vault! So exciting! If anyone somehow does not know, the vault is my favorite dungeon in the game. It is my absolute aesthetic. Like, my aesthetic is corrupted Catholic imagery. Oh, it's just up there for you? I mean, I'm at the point where I've done it so many times, but... Anyway, I gotta find a... Babe? Baby? Where are you? There you are. There you are, my darling. Hey. I love the part where you're attacked by the guys behind the corner. Hey. Hey, is everything alright? Is everything alright? Oh, tis you, my friend. Is it time already? You're not just fighting random mooks, these guys were waiting for you. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I see. My apologies for making you come and fetch me. I have been thinking, Cypher, on the path I have chosen to walk, and on those who have been left behind as a consequence of my actions. Those who died fighting, those burdened with boundless grief, those deprived of position and purpose. Like any nation, Ishgard is made up of disparate souls with disparate beliefs. Without an enemy to unite us, we recall the differences we once set aside out of necessity, and find amongst our old friends new ideological foes. The future I had envisioned is far more difficult to secure than I ever imagined. What must I do for our people to live in harmony, for our nation to move forward as one? I mean, there's no right answer. It's gonna be hard no matter what. Such questions I have been pondering. We should begin making our way to the council. Shall we continue our conversation while we walk? Of course. I'd like the company of no one more. Ready? Then let's be off. If it is agreeable, I would like to look on Forthorn Manor. Of course, I'll leave you by my side. I'll have you by my side for time immemorial. Does he say anything? Though we haven't much time, I'm glad for the opportunity to stroll about the city with you. Thank you. No, I'm not blushing right now. I'm not blushing right now. I'm totally not blushing. It is like another age that you and yours are no more than foreign wards of House Forton, and in actual fact it may be considered so. I know they've done it like each X-Pack, but I really like the dungeon when you're walking in the middle of wars. I think my second favorite dungeon is actually Gimlet Dark, because it just has this World War I vibe that I think is super cool in like a steampunk fantasy game, and it just hasn't really been done in fantasy a lot, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of thought we would get more of that coming into the future, and I mean, we kind of got a little bit of more modern stuff in this Skarlamald, but it's been so little of this expansion. So that kind of disappointed me, but Sorry, I guess I can't. In actual fact, it may be considered so. For your coming set in motion a chain of events that brought an end to the Dragonsong War, ushering in a new age of harmony. You paved the way for meaningful change in our nation, and for that you shall ever have my gratitude. Now then, shall we continue on to the architects? Of course. God, this is just so nice. We're just on a little date here. Like, it just sucks that they put all the Emmerich fan service behind a side quest when they Gaha fan service behind a side quest because I don't want to deal with him in the main quest. Sorry. King Thordan and his Knights 12, the murderers of Ratatoska. Since the truth of their ancient crime came to light, many have demanded these images be torn down. Yet though what our founding fathers did was wrong, neither is it right to simply expunge them and their deeds from history. To do so would be to deny our people's part in what followed for 1,000 years. We have the chance to forge a new future, but we as a nation must decide how we will confront our past. Forgive me, I was lost in thought yet again. Let us join Deacon Clem at the vault. Of course. Did you say anything different? Oh, no. I really wish we had more time, but this is beautiful. And I do have to say, I kind of really like how they keep like all romance ambiguous in this game, because if they made this like a full-on dating sim, and I'm afraid it would become cringe, but in this way, like, the character writing comes first, and that's my problem with modern BioWare. There you are, my friends. The council's about to convene. Let us take our place in the audience hall. Finally, we get to sit next to each other. Esteemed members of the clergy and honored adherents of the faith, I thank you all for your attendance. In recent days, our nation has been racked by a series of tragedies. Since you're a dirty male who isn't big on romance, you also like that it's more subtle. Yeah. Those among us who do Halone's work have been transformed into abominations. This dreadful phenomenon has been brought about by the final days, and it is upon our despair and anguish that it feeds. Thus, if we are to prevent further tragedy, we must strive to ensure that all Ishgardians, clergymen and citizens alike, abide with peace and love for one another in their hearts. To the end, I have called this ecumenical council, the first in generations, that we might together determine a path forward for our church and our society as a whole. Since antiquity, the Ishgardian Orthodox Church served the people in two respects. As the Fury's spear to strike at the heart of dragonkind, and as the Fury's shield to safeguard the souls of men. But now that we are at peace with the Dravanians, the Church need no longer serve as the spear, and so we must now reconsider how we might better serve as a shield for our brethren. The hierarchy must be reformed, and for that we need accountability. The upper echelon must be stripped of rank at a minimum, and investigations conducted, trials held, if the evidence is sufficiently damning. And then we may turn our attention to the doctrine of lies! Sorry, I just ate, so I can't eat. Also, it's very dry out, so I'm sniffing. As our predecessors did before us, we of the Synod have ever sought to interpret the scriptures to the best of our ability, and thence conveyed Halone's will to the people. Such fervent pursuit of retribution at the expense of doctrine would come also at the expense of our faith. The expense of our faith. Have we won the war to lose our souls? Oh, Helone, are we outside your grace? This bodes ill. At this rate, someone might turn. Since the war's end, the Church and the faithful have stood at a crossroads, unable to take the next step forward. His Grace Bishop Vartanois, may he walk in Helone's halls, was one such soul, and in his longing for simpler times, he resorted to using forbidden magics. He succumbed to despair. Sorry. In our minds, we renounce the lies upon which our nation was built. In our hearts, we yearn for the righteousness, misguided though it was, that gave us comfort and purpose for so long. So let us not forget who we were. Let us confront the mistakes of our past and learn from them, that we do not repeat the mistakes of our forefathers. As fervently as we believe in our sacred duty, we struggle to accept the Church's deception and embrace change. The legacy of Thordan weighs heavy, and there is the temptation to simply cast it aside like a mantle that suits us no longer. Yet that would dishonor the sacrifice of those who went before, countless souls who served the people with purest intent. And so, heavy though it may be, let us together bear this burden as we set forth anew. Our friend Icipher risked life and limb to reveal the truth to us. The truth that our legends and our scripture were tainted by betrayal, but not wholly corrupted. Though the great will and towering spires of our city may have been built with murder and deception, they rest upon a foundation immutable and true. Our devotion to Helone, whom we have worshipped since before our forefathers settled these lands. The Church is a font of practical wisdom, and its teachings guide us in our daily lives. Such things define our faith no less than lies. We can acknowledge our sins without renouncing our religion. Aye, and without rejecting who we are. A comprehensive review of scripture as well as historical literature will be necessary. Revisions as appropriate must be made to ensure that the truth of our past is preserved for future generations. With your peerless knowledge of the Church doctrine, I dare say none is better suited to leading that effort than you. I also know that many eyes will be required to pore over the tomes, and I know many idle men and women of faith who would jump at the chance to do Helone's work once more. That day, so very long ago, I had no answer to my father's words, but it seems that people had it within them all along. I'm sorry, that was beautiful. I'm sorry. That, I'm not gonna lie, that hit kind of personally. I've had, in real life, I've had some very bad experiences with people of faith. And I don't know, I just got this, what would happen if something like this were ever to happen in real life to this extent. I mean, obviously, reforms throughout religions have happened throughout history, but none this big, none that, like, just revealed this, that everything these people have believed in was a lie, and how to deal with it, and it's just, it's written so fucking well, and the way Emmerich handles it, it's like he does the best he can. He does what I think a lot of people would do in a situation, but no matter what he does, there will be people that are angry, and that's why this is just so beautiful and realistic even. And I know I meme about being horny for Emmerich, and I play that up a lot, but like, and I don't play it up a lot, I really am that horny for him, but like, the reason I like him is so much more than that. He's just such a good written character. I could just talk forever, but that was amazing. With this, the church and the people have taken their first step towards a brighter future. 'Tis well Lord Emmerich interjected when he did. I'm proud of you, my love. I'm so proud of you. The council went better than I dared hope. Truly, while the details remain to be decided, 'twas a resounding success. Your words helped everyone to find common ground. I know not how to thank you. Much credit must go to Icipher. In the face of great hardship, never did she hesitate to press on, and our people have not forgotten this. Thank you. Indeed. Well do I remember the day you flew into Ishgard upon a dragon's back. In making possible the impossible, you inspired us all. In you we glimpsed the fury, a vision of courage in the face of uncertainty. Looking to your example, we shall endeavor to bring about the change to the church for the future of all Ishgardians. There will, of course, still be the souls who struggle to rise above the mire of despair, but my fellows and I shall be there to take their hand in faith and love. For what is faith, if not salvation? Well, I had best return to the cathedral. We have much and more to do. Ah, but ere I forget, I have tracked down that which you requested. Some repairs will be necessary, but it will be seen to with all haste. I had tasked the deacon with finding a certain item, you see. A secret weapon, one might say. Given what we know of profane Fafnir, I suspect it will be of great use to us in our hunt. Once the repairs are complete, we shall be ready to strike. With the church having reached an accord with the people, the risk of more clergymen turning is greatly diminished. We may now focus entirely on the blasphemy. 'Tis time we freed Vandro from his torment. Rest while you can, Icipher, for I dare say the coming battle will demand the best of us. I look forward to fighting with you again. I'll be back soon, my love. But I have my own duties. It's part of a reason why you take your faith on a more personal level rather than join any kind of group. I feel like the group mentality is what has ruined religion for everyone. But faith can be a powerful tool to guide people. It's not for me personally. I'm not saying I'll never find faith in anything, but I'm still looking for my own salvation, if that makes sense. But, oh wait, I can just enter this dungeon from here. What am I doing? But I'm gonna do it as... Yeah, I mean, community helps, but... I don't know, it's just like religious communities have just turned into like this circle of bigotry. And when an entire country is formed on a religion, then it creates bigotry, it creates conflict. Wait, where is this on the map? Oh, no, Did I fucking, No, it's right here. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this with my party members, so... Oh right, this music was playing like the entirety of last stream yesterday, and I was pulling my hair out because all I was doing was fetching things for people. But let me tell you, as an atheistic kid growing up in Orange County, California, I have felt very much like an outcast. And for a while I tried being religious to fit in. But it wasn't really my thing, I realized. And I'm not completely object to the possibility that there are divine beings out there, but I don't think there is anything out there that resembles what humans have written about them. Like, I think there are things out there that are incomprehensible to humanity as they are, and if not, humanity will eventually reach the point where they become incomprehensible to us, but I don't know. Really should be on a 1-to-1 scale, otherwise you just don't connect. But no, I do not believe that the Virgin Mary never fucked. I believe like the condom broke. I don't know. I mean, there's gotta be some fucking explanation. Like, people are just not born, like, immaculately. Sorry, Alize.
Right then.
Right then.
Twould be a pleasure as always.
During there's a funny video I saw where... No, I'm gonna show it to you. I think I can do it. Where is it? I think, was it, here?
My strength is...
There it is, hold on.
My strength is yours.
No, I was trying to get it, like, really fast so he'd just say mice. Like, someone did it once, but,
My strength is
How do I do it faster? I want to do a mice. I'm sorry. Sorry for the detour.
Right then.
Alright. 1 gunbreaker, 1 sage, 2 dragoons, 4 brain cells. Actually 3 brain cells because Estinian and I share one. I might need a control. Oh yeah. I've been thinking about trying controller because I'm notoriously bad with a mouse. And I just think I might do better if I'm on keyboard. I mean, not keyboard, what's it called? A controller. But I just know, like, there are some things that are kind of hard to pull off on a controller, but... Also, Alphino has 3 brain cells. I lied. So we are,
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me.
Yeah, the Bible should be taken
Those
metaphorically,
things are pure
but also...
malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
But also keep in mind that it was written at a very different time, so culturally, what was written there should not apply here. Like, the Bible says that women are property, for example. Cyberfunker loving his cyberfunk lands. Mice. But anyway, we can't have too much heavy religious topics. We gotta get back to the epic moon fantasy. Like, I don't think I have seen any game handle the topic of religion this well. And I mean, it explores both sides. Yeah, let's play the Final Fantasy, not the real fantasy religious beliefs. But also, atheists who just, like, insult anyone for believing they're kind of on the same level of cringe. Yeah, religion isn't bad, but people are bad. And religion can be corrupting. Like, I would believe in a Halone that loves everyone, including dragons.
You underestimate me!
I've heard that some of the post-patch has something to do with the 12, but I don't know much beyond that, and I don't want spoilers. But it would be cool if we got to meet Halone, and if she was like, yeah, no, I don't like that you killed a bunch of dragons in my name. I mean, looking back, I mean, I'm a huge Western fantasy fan, so it's like no surprise that Heavensward ended up being my favorite. I mean, I don't know if the ending for Endwalker is gonna blow my mind and make this the best expansion ever for me yet, but so far I'm just focusing on the general, and the pacing for Heavensward was definitely also my favorite. But I think aesthetically, for the final dungeon, I might actually give it to Shadowbringers. Because Heavensward is a little scattered, like it had to bring in the Asians, it had to bring in the Empire, and like... But like, Shadowbringers just had that focus. Even though I flipped off of the edge several times during the final boss. Ilberd? Wait, is that Mr. Sloppy Toppy? Why am I doing no damage all of a sudden?
You cannot stop us.
The memory of a crinkled scion takes form. Chup Samadhi? Oh, it's Papa Limo. You guys remember him? Because I sure don't. Farewell again, my friend. Problem was that Papa Limo was really only in ARR, and no one had any development in ARR. Oh, it's I want the Gaius Van Bussy. Bale Sussy. Alright, I gotta actually pay attention because these bosses are hard. Endwalker bosses are hard.
You underestimate me!
Am I lagging? I thought I fixed that. I thought I fixed all my lag issues. Oh, I totally forgot I have these. Gaius seems like the kind of person who could get bitches, but he chooses not to. Okay, I gotta pay attention to what the thing is doing, where it's gonna hit. So is this gonna be like the really fan servicey dungeon where all the dead characters come back and you're like, oh my god, it's Papalymo and then Moonbrita, Iselle, Orchiffant, and Nymphilia. Weird how all of those characters I listed were in the first 2 expansions. That's another thing. Like, I mean, we're at the point where I don't think they should kill off anyone that's, like, been around for a while, but also, like, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna lose another follower for this, but I kind of wish they had let Exarch would have sacrificed himself. Because that's where it looks like the story was headed. But the worst part is that in interviews, Yoshi P is always just like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to kill characters off. I don't know. Just don't get used to it. Don't get used to these characters being alive. But then, they're not going to... I know, like, you have not killed off any major characters since Heavensward. But I feel like for delete Catboys, yeah, just delete Catboys from the game. But I mean, if they were to like reintroduce killing off characters, I think they should just go back to introducing new characters, giving them like a lot of care and development, and then killing them off. Because like, if we killed off any of the existing characters right now, there would be complaints. And I mean, it's not Game of Thrones. Alright, now, how do I stop the attack where the lines appear for only like 1 second? How can I tell where they appear? Alright, you're doing something. Do you want to know how I avoided that? I just stood where Alphino was standing. Genius. I borrowed his brain cell. Oh, I keep forgetting I have these! Like, I'm too busy trying to learn this that I don't know how to play it. Speaking of Catboys, I've kind of gotten to the point where if your OC is a cat girl, I'm kind of just like, wow, you're so fucking original. Wait, I fucked it up! No, I fucked it up! I misclicked! I misclicked! Alphino took the half brain cell I had. Oh, I don't lose the eye. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Ah. Easy. Alright, that was Olivia.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Thank you, Kyle. Yeah, if I see, like, your cat girl OC with, like, casual, modern glamour, like, with, like, the skimpiest tank top you can find, then I'm gonna be like, wow, so original. I'm not a fan of the... Am I going the wrong way? I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Sorry, guys! Sorry. Meanwhile, Estinian's like, I would have done the same thing. I don't get the point in wearing casual glamour when you can get really cool armor. Like, the only purpose for just casual...
The ether is too dense. I'm losing you.
Oh, well, fuck. I mean, just for, like, screenshots. But it's like, I don't want to march in the battle wearing, like, what I'm wearing right now.
You underestimate me!
But once if I ever buy a house, I'm gonna buy a bunch of mannequins and then, take a bunch of screenshots of everyone having a pajama party. Note that I said pajama party and not orgy, because now I'm self-conscious about people unfollowing me. But actually, I legitimately think creating a pajama party with the cast would be more fun than creating an orgy with the cast.
This will hurt.
Archon's memory? You were in that 14 orgy once? I thought you said you were a virgin. That's the most awkward shit of all time. Oh, that was Louis Slash. I thought you said Exarch, and I was just like, wait a minute, Exarch didn't die. I just complained about this. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Now keep his hope alive! I will. Online, you've done some disgusting things. Congratulations, you held a girl's hand in college. That doesn't make you... I don't know what to tell you, but you're not a virgin anymore. Sorry, you're not gonna be a wizard. My entire personality was based around me being a 30-year-old virgin! Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Sex is kind of lame unless it's with someone you really care about. Alright, so we've seen Papalymo, Louis Soir, and Orchefort. So you'd rather make love than fuck. I'd rather make love than fuck, than make love again, than fuck again. I don't know. So, I'm predicting we're definitely gonna see Moon Brita, and I'm not gonna get the special dialogue because I don't have Urianger with me. And, I'm hoping we see Yvel. And, Nymphilia. Possibly, and then Thancred will get the special dialogue. I have said a lot of times that I've... Oh, fuck. Where am I going? Oh, I gotta fucking... Oh, here. Hold on! Okay, well now I know how to avoid that when he does it again. Alright, I have said a lot of times that I don't get the hype around Moon Brita, but, Moon Brita. But, I mean, I just think it's hilarious that Urianger had a girlfriend. Because, fellas, if Urianger can get a girlfriend, then so can you. It is not hopeless.
You underestimate me!
Smart Gami Mommy, that's basically what he needed. Alright, one of these is gonna shatter. Here. Wait, there we go. Got it. I mean, honestly, I don't think any of the ARR characters are interesting except for Merwood. Like, I didn't even think Orchefort was interesting at first when he appeared. But, I mean, of course, after Heavensward, I fucking adore him, and I cry about him every night. But it was like, when he was first there, I was like, oh, why does everyone like him so much? We did it. Lord Van Velsar, again I fail you. You didn't fail him. That was but a shade. I'm sure that the true Rototenors moved on. Was he the one that had that really annoying solo fight? In the end, PCs kind of break this fight knowing exactly which one to go to. So normally you don't know what to go to. I mean, it's good to do these for first time duties, and then for second time it's better to do them with an actual party because they're faster. Are you looking at which bar drains the fastest? Am I going the wrong way again? I think I'm going the wrong way again. I just run around for 5 minutes with no enemies appearing, wondering why no enemies are appearing, then I'm realizing I went the wrong way. Second time that this has happened in this dungeon. Lamau. Let me tell you, Orchifont is the entire reason I would ever want to get good at doing high-level raids, because I want to be good enough to do a Dragon Song reprisal someday. Might take a few years, but... And no, watching it on YouTube wouldn't be the same, because I want it with my character. I don't want it with, like, some random cat girl. Impatience and dishonesty, that's what happens in my streams a lot. No, I'm way too honest in my streams. Otherwise I wouldn't talk about, orgies.
Underestimate me!
Alright, who's gonna show up? Because this is taking way too long. Come on, we need a dead NPC! Come on. Isel, please? Can you help us? Moonbrita? Moonfilia? Anyone? Maybe Orchifont can come back? Oh, I guess we didn't need the help of our dead companions. Dishonesty. Oh, my fucking back hurts. But every time I do something other than sit in a very specific position or lie down, I hurt my back. I guess those are the easy ones. There's Menphilia. Hi, Menphilia. How are you doing? Menphilia, Do the people who show up, change depending on who's in the party, by any chance?
This will hurt.
I don't know, just speculating. Sinking regret. No regrets. If I ever got like a low quality tattoo on purpose of something misspelled, what should it be? But it was like world's greatest Drac Knight. That would be kind of funny. What if I got like... What if I had like a 2 billion channel point reward where it was like, viewers decide what tattoo I will get? I feel like that would be a terrible idea. I mean, it wouldn't be bad since I'm a small streamer, but if I was like a big streamer, it would be a terrible idea.
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Oh god, is that fucking Daniel? I'm on the Undying. Please stop shoving him everywhere.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far!
And he always just fucking yells during all of his boss battles.
You will persist in this folly no longer.
This will hurt.
The stage is set.
So, were the writers just in the writer's room being like, you know what I think the viewers would really like, the players would really like? If we had a villain that just, like, yelled at you but never said anything about you. It's like, you remember how cool Emmett Self was as a villain? What if we did the exact opposite?
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
How do I have 4 bones? Too many buttons. I fucked up. Why do I keep fucking up my combos?
What a boorish audience you are!
What a boorish villain you are! Doing the crystal again. Crystal map. Guys, Fandaniel's on the crystal. What? I pressed the wrong key. Here. And then, here. Alright.
You're mine!
Did I fuck that up? Somehow, I did that on my first try, somehow. Why does he look like, an SMT fiend? He looks like Matador.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions wizards alive!
Oh god, we're in the same position. That's kind of lame. Alright, finally, plot. Heidelin? Heidelin? The knot? Are you there? You're violating the restraining order, Graha. You keep doing that. Gibby!
My very essence begins to wane.
Good.
Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace.
Yes.
Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Okay. Gunshot. Have you any memories of Medion before you die?
How would you know that name?
I have my ways.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmett Selk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next.
You know, if you keep monologuing any longer, I'm about to do the whole, honk shoe, honk, me, you know?
I wonder, is Emmett Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world, his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery?
Did you not watch the cutscene?
Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I'm filled with doubt.
Okay, you've just been rambling on about how
As
you
my
hate
search
humanity for like an hour.
reached its end. Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van Damme. Still clinging to existence, I see.
What if the first N in his name was a G?
You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do
I'm sorry I called Fandaniel the gay F word.
we prisoners.
No, I'm not. I'm not at all.
Watching as the world.
I am not. I would use every single slur for Fandaniel.
Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi? How very astute. But let me be clear. I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
I thought we were done with him and the plot. Like,
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall.
I think Asahi might actually be a worse character than Fandaniel.
Savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos.
Mom said it's my turn on the
I would die
Xbox.
1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Like, Asahi should have been confined to an
Now
optional
you
quest
are
line.
at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus, even should you be reborn. Your desperate search for answers must start again.
I don't care enough to say anything. Because I hate both of you.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in
Funny that you would be the one to say that to me.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
you had.
What if he just called you a cunt as he sinks into the void? But he is the world's biggest cunt. I should be calling him that. That's the joke.
Come.
Nothing about him is funny, so... Like, why did he have to have voiced dialogue? Like, why did he get that privilege? Mommy Crystal. Mommy Manphilia Milkies.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Oh, it's not Manphilia anymore. But... Mommy. We meet again, Vanna. She looks a lot like
I see.
Amano art.
Thou didst journey unto Elpis,
Like, did Amano design her?
and now the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come, yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths.
We could, oh, I get it. We gotta launch the moon in, Medion's direction.
The other leadeth to Meteor.
Oh, knew it! I got it!
Far beyond the stars.
I got it.
Where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteor hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said. Once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? that our only choice is to flee.
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth.
I accepted this long ago. I accepted it the second I became a Dark Knight.
To live is to suffer.
True.
And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe.
Oh, I gotta fight her?
Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return.
What?
yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, then. Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
What a bunch of badasses.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to
Me and the
bear.
boys.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas.
Wait, aren't the twins gonna give a speech?
Elpis hath remained
They're the most
unanswered these
speechy
long
of them all.
years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious.
They're scared. The Mother Crystal. During this quest and when using Duty Support System, you have the opportunity to undertake the trial with Party of Scions. Some of these allies' roles will be different. Will differ from. Actually, even okay, I got that. All right. I think we gotta do it with the boys. And the girls, obviously, but we got Dragoon, Gunbreaker, All-Rounder, Sage, Astrologian, Dragoon again, Sorceress, Red Mage. Let's fucking do this! Time to wallop! Ready to wallop Heidelin. I need a gun. Thancred's got a gun. But not a gun sword. Everyone told me not to play Machinist, okay?
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth. Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Hold still.
I literally just moved like one yalm away because I didn't want to stand next to Graha.
Change of arms. May the test continue.
This music is so good though.
Be gone.
So, if this is just all ether that's here, how the fuck can you totally see anything else?
Now this.
Be gone.
Light unyielding.
I'm sorry. Thank you, my friends. do I get over here?
My blade!
Sorry, I'm just singing along to this like a complete dork.
Allow me. Hold still.
Alright.
My blade!
I can do that over here, I think. Ah, fuck. I didn't mean to do that.
Crystals of light! To me! Here! The soul of creation's end! Feel the sorrow of hope's demise!
Keep it up!
Think! Find your way in the darkness.
You underestimate me!
How did I not get over there? It's okay. It's okay. This isn't the worst spot that would be stuck on.
Man's fate. A change of arms. May the test continue.
Gloves are off.
Of course, Graha is the tank because he doesn't know how to tank.
We're near or far.
I will not hold back.
Fine.
Now this.
I got it.
Light unyielding. By blade.
I will not hold back.
Light unyielding. I have you. By blade! Crystals of light! To me!
Here's the part. The elements in perfect alignment.
Here! The song of creation's end.
Here.
The sorrow and hope's demise.
Allow me.
Think.
I can't. Never learned how.
Find your way in the darkness.
Right, I gotta watch and then.
Be gone!
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. When you are resolved,
Something special for you.
this test is far from over. By crystal light, let's give them a show.
Sorry, I'm not talking much. I'm just invested. Oh, fuck. Thank you.
Refulgence eternal.
underestimate me!
I don't know why, but this music is reminding me of like a Christmas song that I don't know which one.
By blade!
By virtue of my strength of will, I survived. I feel like that's the entire reason I've survived this game.
Succumb not to fear!
to me, guys.
Hold still.
Bruh, what's that? The flood? Why is the flood happening right now? How do I avoid the flood? Ah, fuck that up.
We're near or far.
Alizé's dead! Alizé's dead!
This will hurt.
Away with you!
Nice.
Light unyielding.
You survive the attack by virtue of the strength of your free will. I don't know. No, you know what this sounds like? It sounds like the part in Liberi Fatali, the FF8 opening. And then it's like... I still think that's the most Kino opening for any video game ever. Like, even more so than Kingdom Hearts.
By blade.
What?! Now I have to fucking restart that?! Oh!
The strength of will to alter man's...
Oh, but, it's easy? It's easier now? Okay. I gotta play it on easy mode. I'd rather play it on fast mode.
A change of arms. May the test continue. You cannot stop us.
You know what song I was like thinking of for some reason? You know the Christmas song that's like, never did you know that your baby boy. I have known several people of the Christian faith who list that song completely unironically as their favorite song of all time. And I have determined that that is a major red flag in relationships. It's like, what's your favorite song? Oh, Mary, Did You Know? It's just so powerful. But like, my grandma hates that song, and it's so fucking funny.
By blade.
Whenever my grandma hates anything, it's really funny. I probably did that too soon.
We're near or far.
This will hurt. You underestimate me.
Wheeling time.
Hold still.
Oh, no, I should have done the other combo. See, the longer this combo gets, the harder it is to manage it.
You're mine!
Crystals of light, to me.
Alright, now it's this part. The elements in perfect alignment.
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise.
Why did you... Alize? Was that you, Alize? Why did you fucking do that?
Find your way in the darkness.
Alright. You just go to the edge for these. You told us to stop chasing me! What if I ran?
Allow me.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Hers is the power to sunder worlds.
You are resolved. This test is far. By crystal's light.
Allow me.
Where near or far.
The virtue of my strength of will. My strength of will. Oh. What the fuck? I didn't mean to step there! This is taking way too fucking long. Okay, it's been increased by another 10%.
Change of arms. May the test continue. I have you now.
Why do they have a one yalm circle around the edge that's an insta-kill? Like, who would design a boss arena like that? But none of her attacks push you into it. But I stepped into it using the singular brain cell that I share with the Stinian.
Light unyielding.
Like, this boss design just does not make sense. You underestimate me! You underestimate me! Wait, why did I do that? Stupid butterfingers!
By blade!
I fucked that up. No, how do I play this game? What are numbers? Why do I have 3 bones? I have 3 bones. This is sad.
By blade!
Away with you!
Oh, you thought you were gonna backflip.
Crystals of light, to me!
Here we go. Such a high concentration of ether. Yeah, how the fuck can you see anything?
Here.
It's just all ether.
The song of creation's end. Feel.
Like, I legitimately did not realize Y'shtola was supposed to be blind until, like, someone pointed it out.
Demise. Think.
Because, I mean, she can see perfectly fine. Because she can see the ether around her. But even when there's, like, there should be so much ether that all she should be seeing is just, like, a wall of light, then, but she can still somehow see everything.
Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. This test is far. By crystal light.
Did Thancred just yell his own name? Wait, what did I accidentally? I don't want to target Y'shtola.
Light unyielding.
Oh, that Estinian's limit break. So fucking cool. So fucking zaced. I gotta rank all the companions on how absolutely based they are. And spoiler alert, Catboy's at the very bottom, Estinian is at the very top. You know, I'm just gonna...
Allow me.
Well, high or low?
I'm so excited to do this because then I can finally make like full tier lists for every aspect of the game, except for raids and every aspect of the main quest.
By blade!
Start critting, gang! Oh, now she's summoning the flood. I wasn't paying attention. I can't get complicit now.
Light unyielding!
Alright, start critting, everyone!
We're near or far.
Fucking finally. Fucking finally. Ah.
At last, man has the strength to.
Woo! Did anyone say anything, or are they just gonna stare at me?
No, this can't be happening.
Wait, did we kill her? Why did you make me kill her?
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all.
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought.
But it was the way to save us all.
When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, There is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteon, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes?
Yes.
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our far from over.
I will. We will find our way, Bina.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Thank you, Mommy! Thank you, Mommy! I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm totally fine. This is 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 fine. That was kind of beautiful. Yeah, she has been my mother since the beginning. I really want to see what Estinian had to say about that. A bit small for a welcoming party, but I never went for crowds. I thought he was going to be like, who the fuck was that woman? Yeah, I think so far the Heidelin stuff has been the most beautiful parts of this expansion. I'm glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? I met her. I met her. I kinda wanna just hug my mom now. You mean to say Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Meteon if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, or that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and Sharlayan's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg of you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I cannot rescind even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all in my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest for a while? Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course to see the stars in a single day, yay gods! Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? See, I feel like this would be a really good spot to stop the stream, but I feel like I won't get everything done if I do. Like, how much longer do I have? Wait, why is this not pinned? Would you say I have more or less than 5 hours of main quest left? Would you say I have more or less than 10 hours, in fact? Oh, I can I not get up there yet, though? I don't think I can get up there. I thought that was the banquet over there. Oh, more than 10. So we still got a lot to go. Yeah, no, I'll keep going for a while. But, I feel like tomorrow might be the finale. I still haven't decided if I'm gonna do post-patch before or after my break, but... Alright, you see, in canon, my character would spend this entire break back in Ishgard with Emmerich, but I guess I have to do what the plot expects, which I will consider non-canonical. I think I'm gonna go until I get to the level 90 quests, because that's kind of what I did yesterday.
There you are.
Huh? Bennett?
Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
What is this? I really wish I would stop having erotic dreams about Selk. Yeah, see, in my headcanon, that entire thing just happened. Ishgard and I was sleeping next to Emmerich. And I had erotic dreams about another guy, which was very awkward. About my past life's lover, I guess. Hi, Sapphire. I trust you've had a good rest? Let's say no. An envoy of Master Fortunals arrived not long ago with a message. The Zaporos have determined Meteon's location! We've been asked to gather at the roster. I'll meet you there along with the others. Alright. And it's pinned again, so... almost to level 90 with this. Awesome. Yeah. And then I won't have anything to level up. Well, I guess once I get to level 90 quests, they don't level you up. But, yeah, damn. Oh, and also in my headcanon, I was not fucking sleeping in my armor. Although that reminds me, I know I talk about this series way too much, but it reminds me of in Mass Effect 3, when you get like that creepy child dream, and in like the last one, I was just... Now, I was like in normal clothes for the first two, but then the last one I was just inexplicably in my underwear. And I mean, I know it's because that's where the sex scene happens, but I did not get a sex scene. I did not get the sex scene in Mass Effect 3. And I consider that the correct way to play, because all the romances in 3 are cringe. Oh, what did I say? I forgot. As you know, the Loperites have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Heidelin herself. Gasp! Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. Yeah, that's a little bit beyond the moon. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it?
An excellent question. Lucky for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion system, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad of other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess enough ether to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyper Hopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of this universe in no time.
Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loperites' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Heidelin believed he possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Heidelin's own making. Therefore, in the 11th hour, she would promise another means by which we may seek salvation. We would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Heidelin, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loperites too willing to abandon the Exodus?
Were you not listening when we said we were born of Heiden's love for Etheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Heidelin chose us to lead the way to Meteon. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Etheris until you brought us here, Riange. And now we're enamored with this place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without your science, so I must ask. Are you certain you wish to do this? You know? Well, it's either this or watch the world burn, so... We've come this far. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the, Hyper-Hopper. The Loperts will coordinate with the Elsebert contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. 'Twould seem that there's naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Hey gang, what does this Stinian have to say about going to space? Maybe that's right, but much rather find something productive to do. I must now it's time to own my lance. A lot of having fun up it will still ease my mind and leave the battle. That's all you ever do though. Like, get a hobby. Get a hobby, Estinian. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, there is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heidelin deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and place Meteon as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We'll be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. Huh? The meeting's over, isn't it? You were in there for so long I started to worry. What do they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Isopher, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plan for the interim are decided. While the two of you are finished, meet us back at the Baldesian Annex, alright? To the Agora, I have something to show you. Is it a new outfit? Tataru's like actually one of my favorite scions. Like, I feel like she would betray me for a corn chip. But that's why I love her. Welcome, my Cypher, to Taru's boutique. It is a new outfit. I've always done my best to provide the science with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've ever created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck and I saw a golden opportunity, just begging to be seized. With the help of Savnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlien! Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works, perish the thought. Varsarud, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tataru. We will be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Alright, we're gonna watch the movie. Oh, I did not expect to find you here. Oh, it's gonna be like a million different NPCs at once. I imagine Nitana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering her dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aether Burner. The Simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlien while I oversee matters in Radzatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me after a fashion to watch over my people in this distant land. Ah, Sean, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at this boutique. Please, it's I who should be thanking you. The establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means to which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Radzatan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about the Havnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the Battle Stark, the light of the gleaming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey unto the heavens to protect that light, may the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. I should like to visit Radzatan again when this is all over. And we should be honored to receive you. There is much of Radzatan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Very well, and remember, the people of the star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Ugh, where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Oh, it's fucking him. Hi, Madeline. Hi, Cypher, old girl. Why, whatever are you doing here? I'm like, I've been here a while. A new boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiments so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Fortune, insist that so long as there's work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toll, though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I've even summoned the company of that brute Sakar to see transported to it in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead with his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work, and without Anora here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hope of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. I miss the salt rock. No, I'm not going to suggest the Archon loaf, but if hearty meal is what you're after, I'd suggest the Last Stand. I'm not going to bully him. The cafe over on the pier? The cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but it's the best thing here, trust me. If you vouch for the cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl! I feel like, I mean, he's always been silly, but I feel like they made him a little bit too silly in this expansion. Like, he had some serious moments in Dragon Song. Like, he was just doubting himself and dealing with the consequences of his actions. And, I don't know, here he's just like the goofball. Well, is that Icipher and Tataru a spy? I have no idea who it will be, so I have no idea what voice. Oh, it's Hancock. Gomen Nasai. My name is Ken-sama. Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what marks another opportunity to so mark another without return. Of course you'll find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She warns me. The industrious woman wandering a new boutique. I'm not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I will make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for the maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bukairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but these have no trading company beyond to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? And no thank you. You don't have to. A pity. I'm rather fond of the place myself. Nevertheless, I have no doubt we will find another time and cause for celebration soon enough. But let us speak more of this upon return, lest it draw even more of Tataru's ire until next we meet. There should be a show about Tataru and Hancock getting into shenanigans and breaking the law. Like, if they ever actually got around to making, like, the Final Fantasy XIV Netflix show, it should definitely be a Tataru Hancock show with no one else. Oh, I have decided to spend your time in the markets, do you? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Oh, Biggs and Wedge. Tataru! Biggs, Wedge, I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace. Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Razathan has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we learned from the Loperites. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need of those great innovations. To think how much I've missed out on being a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo.
Oh, there's that too. As busy as we've been. I wish there was more we could do for you, Cypher. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That we do, my friend. That we do. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Wedge, your bone is showing. Rejected again. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right, I don't believe that you've been formally introduced. It's very thought from Black Stand. Haven't we met before? I feel like I've met you. Ah, yes, it was you who helped us at Perusa, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I thought we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mr. Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. At such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we come to call this place home or return to Thavner, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause.
And contribute they did by helping you to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even in a certain insufferable someone's Ruby's Bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. That's what the real Endwalker was. Even when we were swept away to the first Grahut, he was there to grant you sanctuary. Yeah, I'm not grateful for him. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you preserve time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return.
Alright. In addition, you know, and tell me, Vermin's wondering for me. You may now obtain job-specific gear from Svartsarud. Alright. So let's see what we got here. I am a physical DPS right now, so... Oh, I can just get this. You know, let's just, let's see what we got. We gotta get the Tiamat for Tiamat's trousers and Tiamat Greaves. Let's try it on. Tiamat's trousers! Do I like this armor? You know, I'll keep it like this for now. But let's see the, what would Black Mage look like? Let's see. Do I even have the, I don't have the inventory space for all of it. Sag. I don't know, I feel like, I don't know, the preview doesn't look as interesting as, oh, that red mage looks kind of cool, though. I like my current armor for, Black Mage, but, what does, Chaos Bringer. That's cool. You know what? Oh, that looks badass. But I don't have the room in my inventory right now. I'll just do that off stream. I got Tataru, I have to. So if I do go to the vast expanse, I'm assuming I can just return. Why is there just a locked box begging me to open it? Get back! I take it you received a gift from Tataru? Here's a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fighting to get everything just right. I'm glad to. Oh, Alpha Note's taking his boyfriend home. See, oh, once again, they're pairing Alize and Graha together, which, I don't know where they got that idea, but I ship them because they both annoy me. And they're both conspiring to keep me and Emmerich apart. If you were not there, that was my last theory that I came up with. Oh, Nero's just, fucking sitting there. That's kind of funny. No, I'm not neglecting my duties. Honestly, am I not allowed even a moment to myself? A genius needs time to reflect on his thoughts, you know? The arc truly is a marvel, and I count myself fortunate having had the opportunity to help the player come up some others. I'm so great. Come in my ass, city boy. Hey guys. Nice outfit. Come to make our trio quartet, have you? Please have a seat. We'll see about you getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru is finished.
Aw, Y'shtola's doing some day drinking. Of course, Y'shtola got the
what a thoughtful
salad.
surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Tankard got the
Indeed.
cheeseburger.
And she's right, you know.
And
It hasn't been
Urianger
all
looks
doom.
like he got the mystery meat sandwich. Oh, Y'shtola has spaghetti and meatballs and pizza. I got the cheese plate, it looks like.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the
I got
circle
the
of
egg.
knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Food. Yeah, you know, I wasn't there. I can't relate to any of
Forsooth.
this. Oh, and
As a
Urianger got the
student,
cake.
Vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world.
Oh, that cake looks
Every
good.
encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes,
He got that cake.
enlightening and humbling
But
me
sadly,
in
he-
equal measure.
He's kind of lacking in the
Even
cake
from those whom
department,
I
you know?
called enemies have I learned
His ass
many
be
a
flat.
valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
And then there's just a random sandwich that no one's
Ultima
eating.
Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine.
Burger.
But whatever awaits us there, we
I thought it was
will
okay. Whatever's in this mug, it is shit.
We must. For her.
You've got nothing left to prove. I don't know. Just make sure you bring enough ammunition. God, why did I say that? That was lame.
Oh, ye of little faith. I know better than to leave home without ample supplies, thank you very much. Didn't pick up the gunblade yesterday.
You fucking jabroni.
And to think I used to prefer fighting from the shadows. Gods, I really have changed.
It's been a ride. Oh, she eat. She eat.
We've come far together.
Oh, that's a
And if
chicken
we have aught
wings.
to
Those
say
aren't
about
meatballs.
it, we'll
It's
go
a
further
burrito.
still.
It's a muffin.
Aye. We will avert this calamity and return home.
Some super high class ale, and he's like, "Where is my Miller Lite?"
In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Asians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
You know what I gotta say? I like everyone sitting at this table with me. I like all of you guys as characters and as friends, even you, Urianger. But you've grown on me. You're the weirdo, and I really love that about you.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out.
We're retiring?
After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change.
Still got adventures.
Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
That's That's how I started out before I got involved in this.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world.
My headcanon for Urianger is that after everyone just retires, he's just gonna move to the moon and write his memoirs.
If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee.
Or Ilmeg.
Mine
He'll just go
ability
back
to
there.
affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye. Well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Me?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
You know what I'm doing? I'm going back to Ishgard, because, let's just say there is... my tail needs to be lovingly wrapped around a certain Lord Commander's cock.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
To my Twitch subscribers. Laugh, 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 laugh. Drink. Joke. Ha 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 ha! We are friends. Ha 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 ha! Remember the time when... Ha ha ha! Hey, Lois! That was sweet. That was really sweet. And no one made me feel uncomfortable. Leaving so soon, I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of the bottle with Urianger, I dare say the others would welcome your company as well if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, that is all that matters. Alright. I'm gonna speak with, thankfully, Graha wasn't there. Oh, yeah. I want to get Graha out of the way, because we all know how I feel about him. I think that's the Olivia estate, so I'm gonna want to go this way. I'm getting him out of the way, and I feel like his conversation is just gonna make me uncomfortable. But that's the way it is. I've accepted that. I just have to go back and rewrite it later. Beavis. Are you guys on a date? Yeah, oh, Alizé's asleep. I feel like Graha and Alizé, like, just bond over the fact that they can't have me. Okay, I'm gonna slip away now, so I don't have to talk to you. Do I have to have a dream conversation with them? I don't want to.
Oh.
Hi.
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over.
How come everyone all of a sudden cares about my happiness now? No one has cared before.
From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love.
I already have found true love, and he is not here.
There is so much that life
But
has
he's
to
waiting
offer.
for me.
So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness.
I won't.
When
I
you're
never
out
have.
there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I...
You fell asleep.
Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
You both fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not the only embarrassing thing you've done.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Okay. Okay.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
I'm just talking to everyone before we leave. Nothing in particular. Yeah, I really enjoy how I did not get any creepy vibes from that. Like, that was more focused on Alizé, at least. I give them shit, but I'll still protect them, even Graha. And now for the dream team of Alphino and Estinian. The slightly homoerotic brotherly relationship. Oh, guess what time it is? It's I complain about how hungry I am time. I'm gonna finally make the brick curry that I was gonna make yesterday. Because yesterday, I was like, I'm gonna make this brick curry, but I need to go to the store and get more ingredients. But then when I was at the store, I just got like a fucking bag of chips and just ate that for dinner. I'm pathetic. New Year's diet starts New Year's. Estinian, what the fuck are you wearing?
Oh. What brings you here?
I just came to laugh at Estinian's outfit.
So you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
You did fine in Ishgard.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
This is literally just him being
delighted
his
myself.
boyfriend.
Were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink? The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
I know.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
suppose I ought to thank you both as well. If it weren't for you, I never would have experienced the best expansion in the game.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidling meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Oh, that was really sweet. I think... I just have the biggest bond with these two because they were with me for Heavensward. Which, that expansion started out as my darkest hour, but it became my finest moment. A few of our comrades decided to remain a while in Charlian after making the deliveries. Did you happen to pass any on your way here? Yeah, quite a few. All that remains is to return to the annex and give my armor one last polish. I expect Alphonone has maintenance to carry out on those floating things of his too. Oh, I can get, let's see. Journey's End. I thought that Lalafell standing there was someone's wind-up minion, and I got really confused, but it's just a Lalafell. You know, I feel like this journey is far from over, though. Like, our next expansion, we might go to Fantasy America, or even Fantasy Africa. The New World is one of them, and that other continent who had the name that I can't remember. And I wonder what offensive stereotypes the Japanese will think up for these people. Alright, once again, am I getting a cutscene that should be in Ishgard, but will be here instead, so that I'll rewrite it later. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. Oh, it's him. Is it him? Why does he have tentacles on his head?
You will never get what
Why are you so fucking obsessed with this one battle?
the battle you pine for so dearly.
What is your issue, dude? Just move the fuck on!
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? Anne, What was it that you sought in me?
I sought to end that terrible expansion. I think nothing of you, Xenos. Go get a hobby. And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning. I'm back from Ishgard.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane.
Not Kugane.
We were fortunate to find sanctuary, wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
Why are you looking at my ass?
Company in the Crystarium. To stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph.
We will.
What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! course, Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
Oh, I just want to hug her. You too, Tataru. Wait, I missed a comment. And then they all fucked after getting drunk and immediately regretted it. Alright. So I'm assuming if there was actually like a point of no return, they would tell me and I can just warp back whenever the fuck I want. Because there's still... I still need to do the level 90 Ishgard quest. At the very least. Wait, where the fuck is it? No. But, I've just accepted that this game doesn't run on the linear timeline, so... I'm assuming by at this point I've already done this canonically, but I just have not played it through it. Oh, I love how my tiny Emmerich is just running down the stairs. Oh, and also, look what I learned how to do today. No, not that. Look what I learned how to do today. No, not that. Look what I learned how to do today. No, not... What did I learn how to do today? The point is, at some point I learned how to go into first person, but I apparently forgot how to go into first person. Huh. A collection of people who's definitely not everyone is here. What does Estinian have to say about going to space? For so many, to see us off like this seems wholly unnecessary, so I'll not begrudge them for wishing us well. I just want Estinian to talk about going to space. Oh fuck, Amaniland's there! I wanted to talk to him too! That would have been funny. Like, he would have had a silly Billy comment.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Well, the work was hard, but we've learned a lot from it. After all, it's not every day you get tasked with building a star-faring vessel. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration.
The best Sid gets pissed at you. The only time you don't call on me and your problem is a bloody spaceship!
And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
That's the same as the ship from FF8. Wow!
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, the, guy. I love him.
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning. Or should I say, its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Lopories are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly, requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it, a derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Nuit.
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Yes, Alice, you're the only one.
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way!
I really want to hug the Vanu, the big owl guy.
May we have a
He
moment?
looks so fluffy.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Cell
Portable
phones?
teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them.
Oh, that really comes in handy.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go. And Godspeed.
I've said this many times, but I still think it is completely criminal that the Alliance leaders are not here, because most of them were there since the very beginning, and I just really think they should have had a bigger part in this, even though I am very grateful for the quests that they have, but I just feel like they're just confining them to unvoiced cutscenes, and that's tragic. What silly Billy thing does Amadeline have to say?
She So that was the covert operation, Sakado's aside. No doubt he thinks we're all impressed by the way he barged in here, basement and toe, hero of the hour. He leaves me with no choice but to give you the most spectacular farewells. Yes, such a display of such jubilance, my arms may very well fall to pieces. Oh, I thought he was gonna dance. And, is Sinian finally going to talk about going to space? I'd rather not spend a long time stretching, not was a stretch to despair. If that's source of the power, we'll be all ready for it. Alright. Upon boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you spend sufficient time, but I can return here, right? It said cutscenes, but no battle. But can I go back once I get to Ultima Thule? I feel like they would tell me if I could, but I really want to make sure. Yeah, I am asking. Okay, yes you can, so, yeah, I'll just, do the final, Ishgard quest tomorrow. Because I need to balance these out, because there aren't enough of them, and, so far they've been my favorite parts, as we all saw how I was crying earlier. Oh, it's an instance area, so... Annoying way. Really. Oh, I wake up, napping way. Where's Pudding way? I want to see Pudding way.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then. Make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Forshano. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site.
Also, I think it's super cool when fantasy uses magic to do, like, hyper sci-fi technology.
The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
Because when, like, fantasy worlds are just stuck in the past forever, I just think that's kind of lame.
So, are we ready?
But, like, this world is just evolving, and I think that's super cool.
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly.
It's Billy!
Try it again, with feeling.
Engage. Engage.
Engage!
Engage!
It's like Star Trek with bunnies.
will be back, and I will save this world. Oh, it's all the bosses. They're joining together to help me. Even good King Moggle is here! Excuse me, good King Moggle the 12th.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk so. But I might
everyone is here.
exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
He was made to rule the waves across the 7 seas! Primal banter. Primal banter.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
You know who I'd really like to see, though? Shiva. Is she here? Space. The final frontier. Actually, I believe this is hyperspace. The final frontier.
Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within protected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
Do you just measure everything in carats?
Alright, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, She's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive, and the vessel will shake a good bit.
The good bit. Is this supposed to happen? Please tell me that's supposed to happen.
What is this? Something is... interfering with the equipment.
Greetings.
What? Medion.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. It's her. Medion.
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
That's the conclusion you came up with?
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless, that sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffer.
I knew she was gonna do a jump scare.
Extinguish now.
I was prepared for that.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
Thancred is probably just saying, "Take that, you jabroni!" Is everyone okay? Thancred? You alright, buddy?
By the Fury.
Thancred?
Thancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination.
We're fucking here?
This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
I seriously thought that was gonna be like a rat got into the storage. We have to catch it. But that was very different from what I was expecting.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
Wait, whose voice is that?
In following their path walked,
oh, that
and
is
history written,
that's still him.
I am made keenly aware of one truth.
I don't know why he sounded like that.
Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
I already know no one is gonna die.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
The final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
I can't guarantee you will be of help in these strange surroundings, but I've readied a provisions note in case of emergency!
Oh, my dragon gauge expanded! And I got a bunch of... What does this do? Delivers an attack to all enemies in a straight line before you with a potency of 420 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. But I get, Upon learning the trait Lance Mastery 4, the actions Red and Thrust and Draconian Fury can be executed to sharpen the first mind's focus up to a maximum of 2 units. Once their focus is fully sharpened, you can execute Wormwind Thrust. Is a Wormwind Thrust, like, a really good ability? My dragon gauge is so big. It's almost as big as my cock. Let's see. Oh, now I get 2 uses of Life Surge? That's a kind of pog. But, what if I moved this here and, I probably should use this more because I feel like a lot of times I'm not in the range for, the what's it called? I don't use this. I haven't found a use for that. But, alright, Alphino can't find him. Strange New World, because they use, some sort of Greek letter. Do I use QERF keys? Oh, can I use them to, map things? Because, no, I don't use them. Oh, well, that's definitely a key I need to rebind. Oh, that's cool. But, I'm still at level 89, so I'm gonna keep going a little while longer. But, we're even farther than the moon. Oh, and I can get the Aetherites, it looks like, so I can just warp back. Yeah, I can just fucking leave now! Like, goodbye, people! Goodbye, Thancred. It was nice knowing ya. No, I wouldn't do that to Thancred, but, since this game does not run on a linear time scale, if I left, it would be fine. Wait, there are dragons here. Is this perhaps the star that the dragons came from? Oh, they explain it? Or did some dragons just fly here and then they found that there was nothing and then they all died? Ruins? But of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything! A molten structure, perhaps? The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction of and wrought in the heat of battle. Why do I have to talk to him? Look here, this part is relatively... I don't care. You've seen this pattern before? Well, there are only a finite number of patterns that can appear in the universe. It could be a coincidence. You wondering about the dragons too? I thought this hill might afford a better view of the surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I could tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. I've realized Thancred and Estinian never really knew each other before now. Because Thancred didn't appear in Heavensward until after Estinian was possessed by Nidhogg. Were you able to find anything? No. As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred? There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted and repeating this cold animation over and over again, leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I think I might see something over there. There's a dragon. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. You don't see the giant dragon? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side if yet to explore. Let's try searching there then. Estinian, do you see it? Aye, Cypher. A word before we join the others. Don't feel like fighting dragons. Says the dragoon. Dragoon, these nuts across your face. Oh. I can't get down there. Well, that kind of reminds me of the live stream in FF7. I wonder if I can find Aerith if I jump in there. You know, you want a battle so bad? I'll give you a fucking battle. I'll give you a fucking battle, you stupid dumbass dragon. Oh, so can I just, like... This is like a this that you can use more often? You see them too, don't you? The dragons. Yeah. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgardsormr and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Ithurus? That's how you pronounce it. Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, you must be careful. You may soon find dragons that they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Yeah, let the others do the thinking, we'll do the fighting. I can't fight all of you. Can I mine here? Dragons of a different color.
Dragons? Here?
You can see these?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred, where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not?
Huh?
Oh, yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
You unformed him?
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing.
She's so black-pilled.
In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed.
Yeah, that's the thing with this expansion. Like, all the villains are just black-pilled. That's their thing.
Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word.
I bet it was jabroni.
Survive.
Live!
That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade.
Live! It's fucking Fire Punch.
And where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
Tinian, not now.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
I don't think Thancred is dead.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Thancred's still here. It's just his soul is still here. Like, I already know that no major characters die, because if they had, I would have heard about it. Like, that would have been spoiled the fuck out of me, for me. It was true, I had to. How we defeat an enemy we can't attack! We're still on 89. Keep going. So, indeed, we exist in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, it is true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. I already know they're not just gonna kill him. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm, that we might confront and defeat Meteon. Istini and Icipher, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey the surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well. We can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Meteon said these dragons are shadow and shade from the world his denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not likely to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Alright. Oh, it's the oil spill. Oh, this is just like a separate space. But like, this is the moon. And like, but how expensive is it to warp back? 1,000 gel, and I can be back in Mogholm in an instant. Don't ask me why Mogholm is the first place I searched. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength and bodies. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. Why can't feeble flame? Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time, our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observed the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch, and wait, and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amnol, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will. I shall remain. Is this the lost homeland of the dragons? Justinian, there you are. They led your hares well today. It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on Atheris. Midgard's foremost kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Fritros said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. His, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. A murky liquid is pooled inside this eggshell. The noxious feeder is an indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mask soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. The egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within succeeded in hatching. What's this? Oh, I thought that was going to be a baby dragon, so What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there's no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. Oh, tomorrow's Tuesday, which means, my custom deliveries reset, which means I get to continue the Elto quest. Which I think she's like the most adorable character. The malformed dragonette. The boisterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I presume? Everything all right? I thought I had a dragon or something resembling one. I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps some eggs within Omnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In pure soil, replete with ether, did we once cultivate our nesting grounds. But our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerged as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you, capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait! You claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star! They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Huh? There's someone else here. Someone else here who likes dragons. Oh, we even got quests on the moon. I mean, this isn't the moon, this is the end. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Icipher, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about? Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and full at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loperids to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Medion told us before, the emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. Just wish really hard, guys! So what you're saying is, there's no way forward. Let's all manifest the magical unicorn of witches and dreams, and we can all fly away. At present, if it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not mediums, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of the conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. The reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife, without irrefutable proof that the future is not as bleak as they believed it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Medion meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She concluded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it could be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus the domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone, threatening to rend my heart in twain, challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. Arland, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we got to lose? Let's keep going. Let's get going. Thou end? Does end mean the same thing in Dragon Tongue as it does in our tongue? Oh, I'm getting tired and hungry, and that brick curry is sounding really good about now. There he is. I'll end.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Oh, fuck yeah! This music. So fucking good.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Aye, our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin? On another star? And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last pride as a dragon, the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him.
Oh, is this the final Nidhogg music?
Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Estinian! Stay back.
No, I liked him. Don't leave me with all the losers.
Justinian too.
They've Grawha's the last to go, I'm like actually going to tear my hair out.
There's a wind.
It's him. He's still here. He's not dead.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
His soul is still here. We'll get them back.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
I feel you, Estinian. I'll fight for both of us. Our lance shall be both of our lances. God, I've already predicted this. Like, they're all just gonna end up sacrificing themselves, but then they're all gonna come back at the end. Like, the same thing happened at the end of the Bloody Banquet, but Minfilia didn't make it. But I can already predict that everyone is going to make it. Oh, there are lookout points here. I can, like, get a nice photo of this place to put in my apartment. Wait. Alright. I can read that later. Look there, the wind. It's him. That powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other scion should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward to us, for us. The dragons remained trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war, yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. He'll be fine! I already know he's gonna fucking be fine. And he's still fighting, Alphino, just like Thancred. Final! Can't believe Alizé is actually being the reasonable one. The sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alizé is right. We must press on for their sake. Still level 89. Roads paved. Sacrifice! As you shall know, as I said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings? Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. It'll be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. Like, no matter how much in interviews Yoshi P says that he might kill off characters, I don't think he's gonna do it. Anymore, at least. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in the surface, 'twould appear as an ordinary stone. A curious script has been etched upon here, and thus is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons from which I recall preserve the knowledge and song and eschew the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, or one we have yet to encounter. Medion claimed the dragons would world suffer slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make it out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystal as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Other one? What if exploring more of the origin of the dragon's original star happened in the next expansion, which would be Heavensward 2? I just want Heavensward 2, guys. Come on.
Hail, travelers! This is a most unexpected occurrence.
Oh, hello there. Is this your home?
Indeed it is. Forgive me. I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions I expect when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted.
I'm not going to do the uwu voice anymore. But the vibrations of vocal folds still required to convey our thoughts and intentions. Yeah, I believe, is the pronunciation used in referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you're welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to adjust my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced EA Sports. Yes, Kopkodg of the EA. It's in the game. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as the space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then, that as well, if there's something I wish to ask you. Like yourselves, we EA are ether-based life forms, therefore it may be surmised that your bodies are comparable. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I've prepared 198,712,180,827. That's a number. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered the need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It was well within our power to recreate, but we have no firm reference with the sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you use recurring corporeal... Why, to bring the end of our existence, of course! Their need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through the use of etheric and exsanguinaires, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalist monks believe proper death requires an inescapable temper and in one's final moments of experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we'll answer any questions you have to the best of our abilities. Such exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure the abode of the EA, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume you could consent to the answer. Too many words. Let us not dally. You know, it's getting kind of late, so I might just stop soon. And if I have to do the finale of it on Wednesday, then that'll just happen, I guess. Because it looks like everyone is going to have to sacrifice themselves first before I go face my final challenge, where it's revealed that they were within me all along and then they come back to life. See, I have this figured out. Welcome to our abode. Most of our accommodations they remain idle. Commune with the domiciles. Attuning and communing. There's no response. Typical. Apparently, today is Bob Barker's 99th birthday, and oh, you actually were going to talk to me? Wait a minute, if you would. And, I thought he died, like, several years ago. But I saw he was trending on Twitter, and then I'm like, oh, he died. And then I thought he was already dead, and then I clicked, and he is, still kicking. I wonder if he can achieve what Betty White did not and reach 100. Why we seek our end, you ask. If you wish to know, I will tell you. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? Not really. I see. Flesh abandoned. The EAs have awakened. Oh, there they are. I'm not pronouncing those. Hi! They're really cute, though. None of them have a voice. It's just text. Food. I need to eat. My people. Little void bros. I keep thinking that's like Fesh Abanan. The restaurant. I gotta consume the ether. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether. This is Ultimate Thor. One cannot simply generate ether here. Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. Oh, so in order to reach immortality, you just abandon your bodies? The limit of knowledge. Deciphering the laws of creation. We tried to end anxiety. You could have just taken a Xanax. Just pop a Xanny. Is that what the kids say these days when they're popping their Xannies? Take a deep breath. Sheesh! I have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you're resolved, no, the truth of the universe. Well, I think I gotta discover the truth of the universe before ending the stream. Or, a fundamental truth. Yeah, what the fuck is wrong? Why us? Why him? Sheesh. No, I'm not fighting you. I feel like Y'shtola is gonna be the next one to sacrifice herself, but it might be Ryanje. But if I'm lucky, it will be Graha, because I don't want to be around him anymore. Aye, this place shall serve. The spring you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but those not to investigate. The enemy versions of these look at their eyes. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. What? Why us? Why us specifically? As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars and recruited in the twilight, one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How does that suppose is possible? I don't know why you, asked me. I could not begin to guess. I have no fucking idea. She could have made their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacrum. So she just, it was her. Whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why did you tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust, the pledge that I make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I will remain true to my word. Thank you. As for thee, let us continue at my fitting reward for the secrets I harboured for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path. What could thy side full knowing that you are bound for thy demise? I ask now that thou returnest the favour in it. So Ryanje is gonna kill himself? If Graha's the last one standing, I will be so pissed off. I don't want to talk to you. Yeah, I feel like after this quest, I don't know. You want me to look into these people's eyes? I didn't want to do the fate. Oh fuck, it's 9:30. They have a normalized. Oh, they're swirly. Is that what you wanted to show me? What did I accidentally do? Is that what you wanted me to see? Just the swirly eyes? Well, this, oh, it gave you a jump scare? Dude, it's just swirling eyes. There's, nothing, scary about that. Oh, you thought it was normal? Then you zoomed in and... Well, being scared of swirly eyes isn't a normal reaction. Like, normal people would be like, huh, oh, I guess their eyes are different. Not, oh my god, the swirly eyes! This spells death for mankind! I'm sorry for making fun of you. Seems everyone is counted for, shall we then? Alright, let's see what happens here.
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Oh, this is going to be the scene where Riange commits Minecraft.
Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand, having remained entirely in the bounds of your star. The phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp, but this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies.
Yeah, the inevitable heat death of the universe.
Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age.
Yeah, but that's like quadrillions of years in the future.
hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous. We scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it.
Yes, I am here already. I'm about to end, so I'm sorry.
Our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort.
The ethereal sea was cool, and I totally didn't cry at the Heidelin scene.
Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost, no civilization would rise from our ashes, no scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source
Yeah, I got the
of
feeling that this is almost the end.
rather than suffer
Like,
on.
tomorrow's probably gonna be fine. This is a very long final stretch, though.
By means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture.
Yeah, I already determined that every one of my companions is gonna slowly kill themselves, but then at the end they're gonna be fine. I've already predicted that.
Once we have obtained
This section
vessels
is
of
7
flesh,
hours.
we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air.
Wait, mortal years? Oh, you're talking about your current mortal years.
But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words.
Oh, she has a shortened lifespan because they have never brought that up. They forget to bring up her blindness half the
when
time.
understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow.
They did, and I probably forgot about it, true.
The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee, as subterfuge is not required.
Why is everyone abandoning me except the people I want to abandon me?
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine.
I swear,
Full
if
oft have I wavered in my
the
decisions,
twins sacrifice
afterwards
themselves
been
before
stricken
Graha,
with
I
regret.
am
In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Alright, what level is the... Oh, we're finally on level 90 quests, which means... I promised this would be the point where I ended, and we're going to do all the level 90 quests tomorrow. And, possibly get done with this, with Endwalker tomorrow. I don't know if I can do it. If I can't, I'll do the end of it on Wednesday as along with stuff. And also, we're gonna finish the Ishgard quest, which so far I have enjoyed far more than the main quest. But I should be done next stream. Okay. But anyway, thank you for coming. Tell all your friends that the spectacular finale is coming tomorrow. Be sure to watch. It will be fun times. It will be me being angry at Catboys. It will be me simping for Elizin. It will be all of the good stuff. And even some Gibby explosions if you guys redeem them. So thank you so much for sticking around, and I will be back tomorrow.